Hey everybody, Lenny Ghoul here. Today we have a special weird fucking thing I'm gonna try. It's Diablo 3. The fuck is it called? Oh, no weapon challenge. So, what the hell is that? That's a good question. I saw a YouTube video a while back and somebody had made this thing and he did Diablo 3 no weapon challenge and I'm like, what? And he made a crusader and he used battle hammers and I'm like, can't do it. Um, the reason why this is a challenge in this game versus most other games is because most of your damage comes from two things in the game. Well, a lot of it does. The base damage for your character, regardless of what you do in Diablo 3, because this is just why it's a bad game inherently, is based off of whatever weapon you're holding. And then also your main stat, whatever character type you are, depends on what kind of main stat you have, and that stat is your damage plus some kind of resistance. It's the same as the item power in Diablo 4, which is why Diablo 4 itemization sucks. Anyway, so what this is, the reason why this is a big deal is because without a weapon, you have no main damage. There's a few ways around that. The Crusader works because he has something called Shield Bash, and you can use your shield as damage. But that doesn't last very long. It doesn't scale very well, especially in the campaign, which is what the challenge is. It's to go through the campaign on whatever difficulty. We're going to start it like easy and then ramp it up. As if it's too easy, we'll just keep ramping it up until it gets a little tough, because we'll get better items and experience that way. And we're going to go through the campaign, which I almost never go through. I haven't played Diablo this season at all. So the other thing is, well, how are we going to do this without carrying over things like Paragon or items in our stash? And I was trying to figure this out before, and then some dude on YouTube reminded me of how to do it. From watching me play Diablo 2, I mentioned something about this Diablo 3 challenge. And so now we're doing that. That's what this is. And the way to do it is to do it in seasonal, as long as you don't have any seasonal characters. And in seasonal, they added something called solo self-found mode in this game, so I can solo self-found seasonal and nothing gets shared. And I haven't played seasonal anyway, so it'll be fine. And that will work. I will have a fresh character that's unadulterated. The problem is all the other characters usually share their shit. So if I was to make a new character normally and just start it, it wouldn't work because it would be shared with everybody else's stuff, and I'd automatically have money in Paragon and a stash full of shit. And we don't want to do that for this, because we're just going to try to run through the game, just the regular old campaign, with a base character. Now, this part, if you have never played Diablo 3, is actually fun, going through the campaign once, because the whole game was based around that. And you can get through the campaign without having to make any kind of crazy meta builds. You can basically do whatever the hell you want, and you'll get through it. And the difficulty scales are very, very easy. The first one is like so easy it's almost impossible to die, and then the second one is a little bit challenging, and then the third one, blah 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 blah. And we will be using these difficulties to our advantage and disadvantage, as necessary, because You know, they didn't say how to get through it. They just get through it. But I'm not going to go through the whole thing on super easy, or it's going to be really fucking boring. So my idea is I'm going to do the solo cell phone thing, but I'm going to also make a Crusader, but I'm going to use thorns. The difference is when that guy used Battle Hammer, he was still trying to scale it off of something, but it wasn't the weapon. He was using, there was some kind of base damage from something, but it was tiny. And then he was, I think it was just from his strength. He was getting damage, and then he was just like trying to scale it up. But it didn't work too well, even though he had all this crazy gear, because he had no base damage. Thorns, on the other hand, has base damage and can be found as secondary base damage on every item type. That to me seems like the better way to do it. I may be wrong, but this is where a little bit of game knowledge maybe goes a long way. I played Diablo 3 forever. I haven't played it recently in a long time. I beta tested it. I played at least a tiny bit of every season except the last one and this current one. I think we're in a current one, or maybe we're on a PTR of a current one. I don't know. And then I played every single PTR except the last one and whatever this current one might be or might not be. I think there's, I don't know if we're in PTR or not. Maybe Diablo 4 is in PTR. I'm not sure. But yeah, I played the crap out of Diablo 3 enough to know pretty much everything about it. So all of that I don't know, what do you want to call that? Pillow talk aside, let's get going. Let's get on the getting on. So what is that? Okay. I got distracted for a minute. So let's make a new character. We're gonna make a Crusader. We're gonna call him Lenny the Fool. How about Lenny Fool? And we have to make him a seasonal character and a solo cell phone character. And by doing this, we are ensuring that he will be separate from all the other stuff in the game, and his stash won't be shared. We won't get any cheat shit from anybody. Okay. Now the thing is, you do start with a weapon. And I don't know, I don't think we have to use it. I think we can run past everything. We might start with shield bash, and if we do, we can drop the weapon immediately. Well, let's find out. So we create the hero. And now we want to go and make sure that we're in the campaign, which I almost never do. And we're going to start on normal until I get to the town and we figure it out. We're going to begin quest, campaign, and we're going to start. I don't know if the sound is loud enough or not. I'm trying to run cinematics and things. Okay, I don't start with shield bash. I might have to, I don't know if I can get to town without doing any damage, then I think we'll be okay, because I don't want to. Oh, you know what? I can punch. Here. It's a no weapon challenge. There, I can punch. And I didn't want to break the rules in the beginning. This isn't loud enough. I was hoping you guys could hear the dialogue. I don't know. So we're doing a no weapon challenge, and I explained everything like pretty much right up, and then you showed up after I explained it. So basically, we're gonna try to play the campaign without using a weapon. And I have tricks for that. I have ideas. I threw my flail on the ground and the thing, because you start with a flail. I threw it on the ground. And then level 2 we get shield bash, so that will help for a little while. But you can't rely on shield bash for deep into the game. We are going to be using it till we get thorns. And then we're going to be using mostly thorns. Okay. So the little on the mini map, it showed a little arrow. It shows go to the Slaughtered Calf Inn. So we go to the Slaughtered Calf Inn. Good to see you, Tiff. Watch out! They're attacking! Not if I can help it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have shield bash. Captain Rumford at the gate. And the quest is called Rumford at the Gates. Now you can see I have no weapon, and the whole thing is no weapon. The reason why it's a big deal is because in Diablo, most of your damage scales with your weapon. Every single skill set except for this, even this actually, even shield bash, charge at your enemy, bashing him and and all nearby foes deals 700% weapon damage plus 300% of your shield block chance, which is why shield bash is going to be the play for part of it, because at least your shield block will give you more damage. And then when we find items, the secondary abilities on some items actually have a thing called thorns, which has a base damage type, and that base damage type can be scaled, and that's going to do a lot of help us. It's going to do a lot of heavy lifting for what we're going to do. 16 militiamen went out. These guys are having idle banter. I will check with the merchant, but I don't think I have any money. I'm curious to see if any of these items have thorns secondaries already, because I don't know when that kicks in. But we'll keep our eye out for like everything. This game is so bad. The story is cringe. But the campaign is there to teach you how to play the game, basically. In PoE character news, I'm kicking ass. But I played the shit out of the game and hurt my hand yesterday. That's why I didn't stream. I'm a little better today. I haven't played this game in so long, dude. I hope my fingers are okay, because it's going to be a lot of clicking. Actually, once we get the thorns, there won't be a lot of clicking. Thorns kind of does itself. The other idea I had, and I should have thought of this. I don't know why I didn't think of this, because I started with the Necromancer on my screen. I could probably have done this with the Necromancer too. Because the way the skeleton skills work, would be very much similar, but I don't know if they'd ever have enough damage. Although, for the campaign, maybe, but I don't think they'd be able to kill Diablo. Maybe. If I fail this, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try the Necromancer. Or maybe I'll do that next time. But that's something to think about now. Ah, the Necromancer. Are you getting all excited for Disneyland? Kind of sort of sneaked up on you. That's cool though. Are you more excited for your birthday or for Disneyland? And I don't remember exactly what the day is of your birthday, so if I've already missed it, I apologize. And if I haven't, happy birthday if I don't see you. Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay. Well, happy birthday anyway. I'm so bad at that shit. Nice. Do they give you like birthday shit when you're there? You get anything cool? Like, it's your birthday, you get like to hang out with Mickey or something. I don't know. I can't think of what they would do, but like, you know, I don't know. You can hit a button. Oh, you get a button, and some places give free cupcakes. It says, "Kiss me, it's my birthday." A, a billion years ago, you got him for free on your birthday. Yeah, they probably. Well, yeah. Yeah, they probably got rid of that. Plus, if you have a pass, it doesn't really matter. Now, this is interesting. That is the journal from Wari from Diablo 2. This game steals a lot of shit from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 and retcons the shit out of it. And then fucks it all up. And makes a mockery out of a lot of things. They ruin one of the most iconic characters in the entire fucking Diablo series. Two of them, actually, in the entire Diablo series. One of them is Deckard Cain, and the other one is the Butcher. Butcher is the first monster you ever face in Diablo 1 that terrifies the shit out of you, that you're worried about, because it just happens out of nowhere. In Diablo 1, you go about your business, you're killing skeletons and shit, and everything's fine, and it's easy, and you're like, haha, this is fucking easy. Pop, 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 pop. You open a door, and all of a sudden, fresh meat, and this thing just kills you. And you're like, what just fucking happened? And then, like, holy crap. And then you go back, and then, like, he's really hard to kill, ends up chasing you around the fucking place for like 20 minutes. It's crazy, dude. He's such a badass. And then, like, and then they brought him back in Diablo 3, and he looks kind of scary, but he's all stupid. He says stupid things that aren't, it's just cheesy stuff. And it's just like, in this game, they really toned it down. Like, they really made it campy. There's a lot of fart jokes in the game. There's a monster that farts. There's unique pants that fart. There's an uninspiring boss named Belial. Belial. And he lies because his name is Belial. And the entire act that he's in, he fucking talks to you and he lies. And that's like supposed to be this thing. And we're just like, what the fuck is going on? So it's fun for cringe purposes. Now, the end game of this actually got pretty good. It's still not great, but it's not horrible. It's good for a day or two. Which is why I played the crap out of the end game of this for a long time. Making new characters and stuff. But the thing is, with the campaign, you only have to play it once. You never have to play it again. You have to play it one time in order to unlock the end game and all the other modes. But once you do the campaign one time, you never ever have to do it again with any other character. Get us some money. We're picking up literally everything because we're going to sell anything we can. I think veterans still get in free on their birthday. Griswold's fine weapons. See, this is the old town of Tristram. This is which is also in Diablo 2. And this is where Pepin the Healer hung out. And this is where Deckard Cain would hang out, next to the well. And then Griswold, the armorer, was over here. And then Ogden, the tavern guy, was over here. Jillian the mermaid was inside. And then Farnham should be over here. Farnham the drunk, but I don't see him. I don't think they put him in the game. Farnham the drunk would hang out over here. And then Wirt would hang out actually over across the river on the other side. And then Adria the Witch, in this game, she's in over this way, but in Diablo 1, she's over here, so. Okay, so we finished our quest. We have to save Cain again. Okay, I have a belt and pants. We got some pants. I don't remember how to, is it right mouse? Yeah, it's right mouse. I want to see if this guy has anything with thorns on it. See how there's a secondary skill on some of this stuff? It says primary and then it says secondary. Well, the secondary sometimes is thorns, and that will add more base damage to our stuff. I'm going to buy these two things. Oh, maybe not. How much is it? 11. Damn, he charged me that much for these fucking pants? What a fucking ripoff. He's buying them for $1 and selling me shit for fucking... Man. What a jet. Anyway, so the block chance is equals your damage for shield bash plus your weapon damage, but I don't have weapon damage. All right. Shield glare is a good skill. Light interrupts from your shield, blinding all enemies. So if I need some kind of a stun, I can use shield glare. Slash won't matter. Neither will punish. But this generates wrath, so if I need wrath, I can do it and just punch with it. And when I do, it increases my block chance by 15% for 5 seconds. So if I punch and then I shield bash, it makes my shield bash more powerful. We might have to do that combination for a little while. I'm gonna go into Cain's house and rummage through his shit. Empty stash. I didn't even tell Ara that I'm streaming. Because if she sees me playing Diablo, she's going to be mad. Or Diablo 3. So I'm like, well, I'll just avoid her giving me shit for it. See? See, by doing by doing the punish and then comboing it with the shield bash, I'm actually adding damage to shield bash. So this part is correct, where you cross the river to get to Adria's hut. But having to go up to some weird thing to do it first isn't really correct. A hidden cellar. Of course she was a witch. Her name is literally Adria the fucking witch. But you didn't believe that she was a witch. So that's where the game decided that your character's name was Aiden, because she's talking about the journal from Adria the Witch is talking about the main character from Diablo 1, who apparently, well, I don't want to spoil it, but I mean, Leia has a, you know, Adria is Leah's mother. So the implication is that Adria had sex with the guy from Diablo, the main character from Diablo 1, which is rather strange because she fucking yells at him the entire time during Diablo 1. And at the end of Diablo 1, he becomes Diablo. So that's kind of weird. And the other thing that's weird is that if Deckard Cain is her uncle, that means Deckard Cain is related to Adria the Witch. Which is also kind of strange. They even put the body here. And the cannibals were feeding off of it. In Diablo 1, when you enter the cathedral, there's a body right here. But I could go through here. Alright, maybe not yet. Maybe later. It's like, huh, look at this big hole in the floor. Let's jump down it, because there would be no way to get back up. Yeah, that was smart. Yeah, so, okay, here's the thing. Before we get too far into this, this is one of the other things that I having a really hard time with. So they believe that a shooting star hit Tristram. And that's what this big hole in the cathedral is. Because apparently they're not aware that a shooting star is a giant sun or a meteor, depending on, you know. But they think it's a star. They're calling it a star. It's like, you know, a star is a sun, and a star would just completely consume the entire fucking planet. It wouldn't hit the planet. The planet would hit the star. Like, this is insane. But yeah, the whole idea is that a shooting star hit the planet. It's like, okay. Now, if they called it a meteor, okay. But they didn't. I digress. Because a meteor isn't a star. But sometimes when people see a meteor, they think it's a shooting star. Anyway, it's a long conversation. They keep calling it a star, though. Dude, they're trying to tell some more of the story of Diablo 1. Through these little scrolls and stuff. Now, I haven't kicked up the difficulty level yet. What is that? Oh, no. No. I'm playing the campaign. Don't put the seasonal shit in the campaign. That's the whole point. No. What is this? What is this? This is the campaign stuff. Okay, we can't use this. Because that's seasonal shit. Unless it's not anymore, unless that's core. I don't think there did the remnants go core? I thought they were just seasonal. Shit. I don't want to go against the spirit of the thing. But I don't have a problem using gems if I get a gem, or if I get like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. Looks like there's another punish rune. Even though I'm not using all this stuff, I'm still picking everything up because I'm going to need to sell it. When you block with hardened senses active, you explode with fury. 75% weapon damage is fire. Well, I don't have any fucking weapon damage. But sure, why not? I don't know what that buff is or how I got it. Greatly increased movement speed. Where did that come from? Was that from a power pellet? Do the power pellets work again? Huh. Anyway, I'm looking for Kane. I might run into a loot goblin around here, and if I do, I don't know if I'll be able to kill it. But if I do, it'll be really nice. And again, this is why I haven't kicked the difficulty yet up. Not because I can't handle taking the hits. It's because I'm not doing any damage. Because it's taking me 3 or 4 fucking hits to kill one monster. Even if we shield glare, it doesn't matter. But again, once we start finding Thorn's gear, it's going to help a lot. I thought there was another map. Is it tab? No. Ah. At some point, we're going to run into some other dude, too. But I think he's on the next level. We get this NPC guy. Our mercenary. Alright. Now, the Orc's Passage. This is where I think Kane is. Yeah, there he is. There might be a goblin over here. Or maybe that's only in adventure mode. I don't know. I don't know if the goblins are in the campaign or not. No, this shield's going to give us a little bit more damage when I use shield bash. Because it's based off of my percentage of block. I have to go through the... Oh, that's right. Yes, the fallen star. He's even calling it a fallen star. We must discuss the fallen star. I'm just going over here because sometimes there's shit over here. Before we do all that, we're gonna check with this guy. It's got movement speed. I like it. Oh shit, I didn't mean to sell that. I was gonna ID it. I guess it is ID'd. Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna go through this. I didn't mean to skip it. I was like, wait, no one else has heard it. I just fucked that up for everybody. Oh, perfect. Look. Sacred Scutum of Thorns. Now it has less block percentage, but it has +1 thorns. And +1 thorns. Now we have 1 thorns damage. Now we have something to scale thorns off of. So now if we get anything that has... Oh, God, I keep skipping shit. I'm sorry. Just habit. Talking about the Skeleton King. Alright. Anyway. There you go, the Lord of Lies. Of course, Deckard Cain's right. Because he's Deckard Cain. That's what he does. Alright, this has thorns damage. So we're gonna buy... I'm gonna see if there's anything else we can buy that has thorns damage. Well, now this is interesting. This shitty shield does more chance to block, but it has thorns damage than my other one. But my other one does area damage and has more defense. Anyway, but this has thorns as well, so we're gonna buy those. So now we have two thorns damage. What thorns means is if something hits me, they're gonna take that damage from hitting me. She's gonna let me craft stuff already? Oh, legendaries. Oh, it has to be rare. I didn't even know she was available yet because I didn't save her. That's weird. That's Hadric down there, but I'm looking to see if anybody else has some stuff. This is what I need. This shield's way better. 14% chance to block. That's going to help us a lot. But we need some money. Oh, keep skipping shit. Sorry. I'm really not trying to skip shit. It's just that it's so habitual for me right now. Am I missing one? Oh, I am. I felt like that the other day. Turned into a zombie and puked. And he's Scottish for some reason. It's because Griswold was fucking Scottish too. I don't understand that. It's like the blacksmiths have to be Scottish. I don't understand. All right. Still can't afford that shield. We're going to save this weapon because we might give it to the, we have a mercenary coming up. Alright, open the northwest gate. Oh, that's right, I have to go to the graveyard to get the thing. Find the cemetery of the Forsaken in the Weeping Hollow. Boom! That's a funny sound. Anyway, once we get Hadrig done, he'll start making weapons for us. Boom! It's funny, every time you hit with that one skill, it's all boom! Oh, that's right. Thorns doesn't work the way that it used to work. So I still have to do a skill that uses Thorns damage. But the difference is that Thorns will be scaled up when I do have a skill that uses it. Based off of the Thorns damage. Thorns in this game doesn't work where they take damage from hitting me unless Thorns is active. Unless I have the passive or something that scales the Thorns damage and delivers it. I remember that now. That's why when they're hitting me, they're not taking damage. Or maybe they are. I know it works differently. Oh, they are. Okay. They're taking damage. There it is. So it does work. I couldn't remember. I know that there's something. That's right. It scales. There are skills that do Thorns damage, and those scale with the Thorns, but you also do have inherent Thorns damage from using Thorns gear. That's what it is. I was trying to remember. It's been so long, and I didn't want to. I hate when I explain something and I'm wrong. And yeah, now that I'm remembering, and I was able to just check by just doing, then it is both. Anyway, there's a graveyard up here on the right, but I'm killing stuff. You know what I didn't do? I don't want wings. I haven't earned wings yet. But I forgot I could have a little pet running around. What's creepy though is that you can have this little boy following you around, which is kind of like it could be your squire, or it could just be like, why is this little kid following me around? Isn't that creepy? I could have a cow. It's the butcher, the baby Diablo. I forgot about the pet, so I wanted a pet. Because they auto pick up the gold for you. We have a pet loot goblin. Let's go with the cow. Because we're still nobody there. See, now we have a cow following us around. It's a calf. Maybe we'll have some veal tonight. Alright, we're gonna go into this little cave. This is supposed to be like the Den of Evil, but it's the Den of the Fallen. What's up, nudist? You found it. I moved it. That way it's permanent. I'm playing Diablo 3. I'm doing a challenge. No weapon. Challenge through the campaign. And I have ideas on how to make it work. Shield bash and punching. And I'm going to scale things with thorns. How's it going for you? Dog sitting? Why are you sitting on a dog? The hell did he do to you? Did he bite you? Or her? Or it? Character's name is Lenny Fool. So that was appropriate. And we have a cow chasing us around. This little cow. That's our pet. If you could run 2 shields. Yeah. No, it won't let me though. But the main point in this the reason why it's a big deal in this game to go without a weapon is because in this game all of your damage scales with weapon damage. And so if you don't have a weapon, like everything says, like, I'll show you on the skills in a minute. Everything says, like, where's the thing? Skills. Ooh, shattered shield, that looks good. So like, slash, ignite the air in front of you, dealing 230% weapon damage as fire. Like smite, 175 weapon damage is holy, right? Wrath, five wrath, hurl the hammer of justice, dealing 245 weapon damage. So the challenge is to not use the weapon. Punish, however, increases your block chance by 15% for 5 seconds if you punch somebody with punish. And then shield bash does 700% weapon damage, which we don't have, plus 30% of your shield block chance as holy damage. Aha. And that's where we're getting our damage. Part of it is. And then this shield shatters into smaller fragments, hitting more enemies for 740% of your weapon damage, plus 335% of your shield block chance as damage. And one of the things you can do is you can get block chance from rings. And the other thing you can do is thorns, which is what I'm doing. And thorns you can get just on secondary on items. So when things hit me, they do a little damage. They take damage because I have thorns. And thorns is a base damage number where the other ones are percentages. So right now I have 2 thorns damage, but there's a lot of sources of thorns as you level up, and you can get this number pretty high as a base damage. And since we're only going through the campaign, we're not playing like adventure mode or any of the, like, you know, tier, like torment level shit. This should be sufficient to get me through the whole campaign if my calculations are correct. But yeah, it would be cool if you could run 2 shields for sure. But a main hand shield might be considered a weapon though. I don't know, because it's main hand. But it would scale. It would scale the any damage on the shield as damage. Now the other thing you can get on items such as rings and amulets and shields actually is a modifier that says increased a certain amount of damage. The real unfortunate things is that you can get a shit ton of thorns damage from a topaz, but the topaz has to be in your weapon. And since we're not using a weapon, well, that ain't gonna work. Because if we put a weapon in our hand, the game will automatically scale all the spells based off of the weapon in our hand, regardless if we use the weapon or not. That's one of the differences between this game. Why the itemization in this game sucks. In a game like Diablo 2, it's really good. And Diablo 4 uses a similar thing called item power. And it's the same thing. It scales based off of the damage of the weapon, regardless of what skill you use, whether you use the weapon or not. If it's in your hand, that's where you're getting the damage. It's just dumb. Don't like it. For an ARPG, for like if it was a more of a simple game, it would make sense. But it's supposed to be like an ARPG. But anyway, in Diablo 3, Diablo 3 is not a horrible game anymore, but it's not good. It is good. It's not a Diablo game. It's a really badly made retconning of the Diablo world and the story of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. But if you don't look at it from the perspective of it being a Diablo game, even though it's themed as a Diablo game, it's actually pretty decent to go through the campaign, especially if you haven't done it before. It's the story's kind of stupid, but the action's kind of fun, and you can basically use any skill you want, and you probably won't have a problem. And as long as you keep the difficulty rather low, you probably won't ever die. If you want a challenge, you kick the difficulty up a little more, obviously, and you get more experience and you get more items. Now, endgame Diablo 3, if you've never played it, is good for probably a couple hundred hours at first, until you get used to it, until you go through all the characters and you go through the metas, because they're the only things that you can do in the endgame. If you don't use a meta build in the endgame of Diablo 3, you literally can't do shit. You just fail miserably, and it'll be an awful experience. So that's unfortunate. And there's about 3 or 4 meta builds per character. And there's 5 characters, I think, or 7 characters, depending on if you get the expansions. So, I mean, there's plenty of content. It's just that, like, the replayability is kind of shit. Now, this is an interesting conundrum. If we put the shield on, we're going to lose a little thorns damage, because the one we're using has +1 thorns, but we're going to gain a chance to block, which is going to make our overall damage more. And since the thorns is only 1 or 2 damage as opposed to, like, you know, what it's going to be really soon, it's not a big deal to just ignore the thorns damage for now. Now, this shield also has thorns damage, though. It's interesting. But it's all, again, it's not a lot. All this stuff's going to start scaling up pretty big, though, at some point. And we're off the beaten path, but we're there because there's stuff in here. It's like a side cave we found and we're clearing out. Then we have to go back to our quest, which is to find the cemetery of the Forsaken in the Weeping Hollow. And when we do, we get loot out of that, and then we get our blacksmith online, and then we can make some fucking decent gear. And then I can show you, like, how the thorns is actually really, really good, because you can get thorns on every piece of gear. And it scales with some of your skills that are specifically geared toward doing thorns. One of the really fun skills that'll come later on is called Steed or something like that. And it's a movement skill that lets you ride a horse for like a couple seconds. And one of its rune types or variations is that it's called spiked barding, and you run through the monsters with thorns damage. And it boosts your thorns damage by a lot when you run through monsters. And another one that we're going to do, if we find the stuff, I don't know if we're going to be able to find the items. But there's a belt that casts a spell called Bombard every couple of seconds. And what it is this shit falls from the sky and hits things. But you can do, one of them is called Barrels of Spikes. And it will drop barrels of spikes from the ground and do thorns damage to everything that it hits. So again, it's another really cool thorns thing that we can do. There's a bunch of little ones that we're going to tap into. There's a passive one that just gives us thorns damage. If we find a particular type of armor, it gives us thorns damage based on our vitality. So at that point, we can boost our vitality with gems and things, and that'll give us a lot of thorns damage. But those are the two ways we're scaling our damage right now, is thorns and shield bash. Now the game is level scaled. So, well, part of it is it? I think the campaign's level scaled. Or no, maybe the campaign isn't, and it's the end game that's level scaled. One of them is level scaled. But the point is, if you don't keep up with your gear, you will get out leveled, and then you'll start doing really bad if you don't keep your gear progressing as you level. I think it is level scaled. Yeah. So as you get more experience and you level, the game gets harder, and if you don't keep your gear on par with your level, it starts feeling really bad. That's the problem with level scaled games. It's one of many. And Diablo 4 has both level scaling and bad itemization, because it has item power, which is kind of the same as main stat on this, and it has main stat, which is even worse. So everything is a stat stick. Everything that you put on your character in Diablo 4 is just to increase a number. So it doesn't matter what it is, and it takes away from the personality of it. Whereas opposed, like, for example, a game like Diablo 2, if you put a sword on, it doesn't increase your damage unless you hit with it. And if you're not going to hit with it, you're only going to benefit from the modifiers that are passive that are on that weapon. So like, if I make like a spirit sword, right? That has +2 all skills, so my skills will go up by +2. That's why I would use that sword. But I'm not swinging it, and so I'm not getting any damage from it. I'm just getting damage from the skill scaling. You know, if I put a big two-handed axe and I'm a sorceress, it doesn't fucking matter as long as I'm not swinging the axe. I'm not getting any benefit from it. But like in this game and in Diablo 4, if I have a big axe in my hand, I'm doing damage based off the fact of whatever the axe damage is, if I use it or not. My weapons, all my skills are based off of that. So I could be throwing fireballs, but as long as I have the biggest axe or weapon I can find in the game and use that, then I'm going to be doing the most damage. And that's where it falls off, right? That doesn't feel like an ARPG anymore. It doesn't feel like, oh, I got this cool fucking wand because I'm a witch. No, we don't care about the wand. You want the biggest fucking thing you can carry with the most amount of damage, because that's what's actually going to do your damage, not the thing that might fit your character type, right? Like, it's just, you know. It's just dumb that way. It's like very disconnected. Search the Chancellor's altar beneath the cemetery of the forcation. I don't remember which one it is. There used to be a way to remember, to know exactly which one the thing is. There's four. There's four crypts. Oh, there's three. And there used to be a way to tell. I don't remember what it is. There's a way to tell if you're in the right one. Without, so you don't have to go through them all. Anyway, we're looking for the Chancellor's altar somewhere down here. Because that's where the Crown of Thorns is. And then Hadrig the blacksmith, who we saved, is going to fix it for us so that we can put it on the Skeleton King and summon the Skeleton King. Or something like that, I don't remember. I haven't played the campaign in a really, really, really long time. Loot Goblin. Now, I hope we have enough damage to kill it, because these things are really, really, really... In the campaign, maybe not so much, but they're very helpful. As long as he doesn't escape. They usually escape if you don't do enough damage. They're kind of a DPS check. We got him. See, now it's a little treasure goblin. He dropped us a bunch of stuff. Now, here we go. We're going to end up losing some thorns. But right now, we're not... I only picked the thorn stuff this early before just to show it off. But we don't really need it yet. We're going to need it at some point. But right now, it's not a big deal if we don't use it because it's so low. It's better to have like better armor and stats and stuff at this point. But we will at some point need to start maintaining thorns. But when it's only, like I said, when it's only 1 or 2 damage, it doesn't fucking matter. You know. Put these on. And you can see I'm taking almost no damage. Because the campaign is on normal, and normal is insanely easy. The reason, though, that it's on normal is because I'm also not doing any damage. And I don't want to fucking sit here for 3 hours fighting a monster because I'm not doing any damage. Once I get the damage scaled up a little bit, we will kick up the difficulty. Because we'll get better loot and more experience that way. Boom. All right. Anyway, we're gonna have to go back to the cathedral at some point that we were in earlier to look for the skeleton key. And that's where we're going to find our mercenary, who's also going to help out with a little bit of damage. He gives us bonuses, plus he actually does a tiny bit of damage in the campaign. He doesn't do shit for damage at all in the end game, so you want him to give you the buffs that he has, but his as a damage dealer in the end game, well, he or she, depending on which one you pick, you do not pick them for damage because they won't do any. It's so minuscule it doesn't matter. But what they do have is they have gear that has a thing, and I forgot what it's called, but it basically will, the things that you're doing. Oh yeah, okay, I remember this now. I have to clear this out first. The things that you're doing, emanate. The things, the stuff that he's wearing will emanate to you on specific types of gear that, quote, emanate. So you will get bonuses from that gear because he's wearing it. And that's kind of cool. All right, let's talk to the chick. So then once we click on all these and fight all these monsters, there's this cool treasure box at the end of this. Boop, boo. Boop, boo. That song is so stuck in my head, probably forever. Because I want to steal your shit. Duh. We got a bus ghosts. All right, so we did all that, and then we come over here. Oh, hold on, let's get these. We come over here, and then we do the thing, and we get some free shit. The dead are now in peace. We get some free shit. This is really the only reason we're there. Free shit good. What's the zoom? We have some new duds. And you can change your appearance as you find things. You can swap it. You can swap the appearance of it out without actually changing the item itself later on. Then you can unlock more things. I need to unlock another skill slot or two. I don't remember if it's 9 or 10. At some point we end up unlocking some more skills. And there's passive skills which help a lot. We're coming through like a fucking wrecking ball. Kill everything that moves. In fact, you can kill some shit that doesn't move. Yeah, I knew that. That's kind of obvious. Alright, so it's one of the other two tombs, but before we do that, we're going to go back to town and sell some of our shit. Mm. That we might hang on to give to our merc when we find him. +2 to wrath. I don't care about that. 20% chance to block. That's better. There's Boots of Thorns, +1 thorns. See, again, we're getting the +1 thorns, but it's not really enough. And this doesn't matter because these are all weapon slots that we can't use. So, now this says it lowers our damage if we take that, but that's because our strength is part of our damage too. Even though it gives us 20% block chance, which is the second half of our damage as well. I think we're going to keep with what we got for now. Go finish the job. I think it might be this one. Just intuition based off of what I remember about the game. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know what I'm going to play tomorrow. Maybe I'll finish this up. Maybe we'll do D2. Maybe I'll play UE. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't even know I was going to do this until I woke up today. I'm like, let's get that D3 thing out of the way that I promised to do. At the rate we're going, we may not finish. If I get some weapons online, I might speed it up a little bit, though. I'll be able to run through and just do all the things and skip past a bunch of shit. I just need something. Not weapons, but, you know what I'm saying? Like a skill or some kind of way to scale my thorns. Like a decent unique or a ring or something. Then we can kick the difficulty up and then blaze through and get more experience faster, which would be better skills access faster and better weapons faster. That's taunt, right? It doesn't matter. What else do we have? Iron skin, that's what we need, because there's a thorns iron skin one. Reflective skin. Your thorns is increased by 300%. We can't take that yet, but we will at 14. And provoke, I thought, also has a thorns one. Does it not? Flee. Life on hit. Too scared to run. Charge up. Hit me. Increase 50% increased block chance for 4 seconds after casting provoke. See? So that is going to be a buff because the block chance, the shield bash scales with the block chance, right? But that's going to be like at level 50, so we might not even use that at all. It might be too far away. Sweep attack we can't do because we don't have a weapon. Blinded enemies take 20% more damage for 4 seconds. So there's another thing we'll probably do is we'll probably do that for now. We'll take shield glare and iron skin. This is where we have to start playing Piano Flask, unfortunately. Basically, piano with the hotkeys. Right? Because now we need to go like this to do more damage. See, it's like a significant damage boost. A defense boost. Eventually it's going to be a really big damage boost when it's thorns and stuff. Now, most characters you can't do this with because they just don't have something like this. But I think, like I mentioned earlier, for those who probably missed it, that the other option is the Necromancer. Most of the skills won't do anything because they're going to scale off of weapon damage. But you do get skeletons that have their own damage, but also based off of weapon damage. I just don't know how much those will help. Because although there's also thorns for the Necromancer. It might work, actually. The Necro might be the only other build. Because you can use Corpse Explosion. And, and the skeletons. Then they auto spawn the skeletons. That might actually be the better play, because this is starting to already piss me off. But if we do, we have to do solo cell phone again. And I hope it, but because we're playing seasonal, it might have unlocked. What we're doing now might already unlock progress or shared stash shit. I don't know if solo cell found in this game is a cross stash like it is in PoE or if it's completely solo. The only way we're able to do this without sharing with all of our other characters is because we are playing seasonal, and I didn't play seasonal yet this season, and we're playing solo self-found. And that separates us from everything else. But I don't know if it's separates it from my other characters that are solo self-found. Or if it's truly solo self-found. I could find out. Because I have a suspicion the Necro's going to be a lot faster than this. Eventually this will get better though with the thorns and stuff. I just need to get to that level. We can find out in a minute. Once we finish this quest, I'll switch out and see. I'll check if it's possible. And if it is possible, maybe we'll switch to the Necro and we'll see which one works better. Now the Necro never gets a shield bash, but he can punch. And I think skeletons are level 2. If it shares the account, I can probably just spend all the gold with one character. And then start the quests over. Hmm. Well, I can tell you, having to constantly swing shit is getting kind of old. So if we can do the Necromancer option and that works, then I'm going to do that. Just to save my hands. I have like pretty bad arthritis, so if I play games a lot and I have to do a lot of clicking, a lot of the same repetitive clicking, it starts to really hurt. That's why I like playing like summoner classes a lot, because you don't have to click as much usually. In various games. And they're just fucking cool. Come on, die, dude. A lot of dead air going on. Oof. With some necromancer shit. Or some witch doctor shit. Actually, no, he scales with weapon damage. I was just thinking maybe the witch doctor's not a bad idea either. But it is because all his stuff scales with weapon damage. The witch doctor used to have a thorn skill a long time ago, actually, and you could do thorns on your minions, and it was badass. That's back before the witch doctor was total dog shit. That was back when he still had some skills that were decent. Way back. He had the fire bats was pretty good. And then you could do Thorn's minions, which was decent. And exploding dogs was pretty good. Some of the zombie stuff was fun. But again, most of that stuff are spells that scale off of whatever weapon you're holding, so it doesn't really work when you're not holding a weapon. Yeah, I think Corpse Explode's gonna be the play here with the Necro. It's gonna be Corpse Explode and the skeletons. And I think they have a Thorns component somewhere in there. I just don't think it works very well. I think I got like gutted or something. Anyway, the quest is right up here. But as you can see, even in normal, we're not doing shit for damage. Oh, that's a helmet. Okay. What did I think? Alright, I'm stupid. I just thought of something. It doesn't matter. There was a thing in the store that was a fucking helmet that I thought was a shield. Earlier, and I didn't buy it because I thought it was a shittier shield, but it was actually a helmet. Now that I'm looking at things, because it was the same graphic as the one I'm using. Oops. Anyway. Once we finish this quest, we'll switch and we'll see how that works. Because it probably be a lot faster too, because having to just like mano every monster like right now is an uphill battle, and this guy's probably gonna suck. Passive skill slot. Well, I'm not wielding a weapon, so that's not going to help. And I can wield a two-hand weapon in my main hand while bearing a shield on your offhand. But again, I'm not using, so yeah, I can't use either one of these. %, block amount. Way more defense, but defense isn't a problem. Now, when we get back to town after this quest, we'll probably be able to roll some stuff off too into thorns. We'll see what happens. All right. Until we kill these guardians, it doesn't matter if you kill the skeletons because the guardians will keep spawning them. Just clearing the place out. Alright, so this is the Chancellor's Altar, the Crown of Thorns. But I'm bringing him back so I can kill him. And I have no idea why. I honestly don't know. Oh yeah, now I do. I remember now. Because somehow my character has the intuition that bringing the Skeleton King alive and bringing him and then killing them again will somehow reveal the mystery of the shooting star, which it actually does, except that it doesn't make any sense because if he were never killed, I could just walk in and get the guy. But I had to like bring him alive so that if I didn't raise the dead and then kill him, I could just walk through the thing. But instead I raised him so that I had to kill him so that I could get past him. You'll see, it's really stupid. And now that we have that, we unlock the town portal scroll. Or spell. Which lets me do this. And then you return it to Hadric. There you go. And now we have a blacksmith. 16% chance. And 26 to strength. So this is going to help our damage a lot. Now we're doing 5 whole damage. Woohoo! Highest usable. So we need to break things down. In order to create things. And then we also need money. But that's kind of how the whole thing works. So I thought there was a way. Oh, you can't auto salvage it. Okay. Okay. So now we get chest armor. We have some money too. Let's see if we can buy some shit. Before I talk to Deckard, I want to check this chick out again too. I don't know if she's accessible yet. It says she is. It needs to be at level 7. And it has to be rare. Oh, you dirty bastard. Alright. Because I was trying to roll thorns on one of these things. But it needs to be rare. I thought there was another merchant down here. Yeah, he's over here. Boop, boo. Boo. The other thing we want to look for, that's level 4, is rings that do damage. This ring does thorns damage. And I can buy it twice. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know I could do that. So there's the whopping 2 thorns damage. I think level 12 was the one I was talking about. And we're gonna check out the Necro in a minute too and see if that's the better play for the challenge. But I want to see. It's $5,000. Oh, we could have done it. I didn't. I just missed doing it. Because if we could have crafted. That's level 15. That's level 15. If we need a rare item that's level 7 that we can craft the secondary on so we can roll thorns on it. And then that'll give us more damage. Like more than just 1 thorns. It'll be like, you know, a couple. But we don't have that. Alright, so I'm gonna talk with Oops. I skipped through again. All right, so we know where our quest is. Now I want to see if we can, I want to see something here. I want to see if we can make another solo self-found skeleton or necromancer and have it not share the stash. Because I don't know if it, I don't know what the solo self-found rules, because this is new. Solo self-found is brand new to Diablo 3 as of like last season. And I don't know what the rules of it are. If it's the way I want it to be, we're good to go. And if it isn't, then it's stupid. But it might be that all solo self-found is solo self-found contained within its own category, as opposed to not. And if it isn't, I can actually do not solo self-found with this guy if that doesn't share with solo self-found. And if that's the case, then I can do that and it will still be a separate thing. So, Lenny, the other one was Lenny Fool, and this would be Lenny School. Because he's gonna school the other guy. So let's see what it does. I want to see if it shares the shit or not. I hope it doesn't. Stool? Ew. What? Come on now. Ah, shit. It's sharing. That's what I was afraid of. Alright. So then we need to make it not solo self-found, but still seasonal. And then that will be its own other thing. Lenny School. Delete. Okay. Create. Necromancer. Seasonal, not solo self-found. And this only works because I haven't played seasonal yet with anything this season. Otherwise, this whole thing wouldn't work, because you have to keep the account separate, because you don't want to, it's a challenge. You don't want to share shit with another character. That defeats the purpose. Lenny. Stool. That's funny. How about Lenny Tool? Alright, now let's see if it doesn't share anything. Since solo self-found is not checked on this guy, he should be a completely separate area. And he is. Okay, good. So what we want to do is we're gonna right mouse click. Wait. Yeah, actually we don't have to right mouse click. We're gonna throw the scythe on the ground because we're not using weapons. And it's based off of weapon damage, but our punch damage is 281. This guy's gonna be quicker, I think. I'm almost positive this guy's gonna be way quicker. When do you get the corpses? 4. Wow. Shit, I don't know if we're gonna make it that far then. So yeah, see, no stash, no money, no shared power. I think this is going to be the play though, because when we get the skeletons, I think the skeletons are going to help a lot. Now we're getting bonuses to punch damage. I don't know how this is going to work. We'll just see. I have no idea if this is going to work. I think it should work better this way. Originally, the thorns is still a good idea, but I think I want to do it on the necromancer. Because he also gets skeletons and a golem, which is more damage to scale. Right? It's more sources of damage. See, and I'm scaling the no damage. The other cool thing is I'm going to have corpse explosion. And I don't know what corpse explosion scales off of. But that blows corpses up. So, I mean, that's damage. And the other cool thing is range skills while my skeletons are beating things up. See, at first it seems like, oh, no big deal. It doesn't have to scale at all. But it slowly, as you level up, the scaling becomes very apparent. You're like, oh, I need something to scale my damage off of. Because scaling it off of fists doesn't work too well. Now, again, intelligence points will scale the damage a little bit. Because it's main stat. But this is already like way faster. Feel bad I wasted like 2 hours fucking figuring out that this is phenomenally quicker. That's okay. My first hint should have been like I started with the necro in my profile anyway in the picture, so like Why didn't I just think, hey, let's just use the I think I was so hung up on the thorns thing. And I know the Crusader does have some really cool thorns. I don't know. I'm not canceling out the Crusader. The Crusader might be really good later on. There may be a point where the Necro just falls off and they have to go back to the Crusader. But because I know that he specifically has a lot of things that specifically scale with thorns. I just think that because at level 4 I get skeletons and shit, like I get more sources of damage than just relying on thorns and shield bash. And this is going to be just quicker and easier in general. Yeah, this is so much faster. Oh, now I got corpse explosion. That's right. When do I get the skeletons? 9. Oh, okay. What does corpse explosion scale off of? It's weapon damage. But it's like an AoE. So again, even though we don't have weapon damage, it's like punching with AoE though. See. And the other cool part about corpse explosion, the coolest part, is it doesn't take any fucking resources. I can spam it all fucking day long as I have a corpse. So it's exponential. Plus it just feels right to be using a necromancer, doesn't it? Isn't that the way it should be? Look how fast I'm going to catch up to where I was. It's crazy. See? It's just like everything dies, man. Skeletal mages. Perfect. Oh, you can't switch skills while you're in combat. That corpse lamps thing still might be better, honestly, but we're still gonna be using corpse explosion too. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if the mages are gonna scale very well. But they don't cost me anything really, except a little bit of essence, so it's kind of like, why not? Skill's so busted. It's busted in every single game it's ever in. It's the #1 skill in PoE right now too. It's called Detonate Dead. It's the same fucking idea. It's the most busted meta build right now. It's the most busted build in Diablo 2. Or the skill, not build. The most busted build in Diablo 2 Resurrected is the new assassin, but the skill that's most busted is corpse explosion, and always has been. Even though battle hammers is crazy, but just the concept of corpse explosion makes it so that no matter what you do as a necro, if you don't use corpse explosion, you're gimping yourself. And in Diablo 3 it's totally busted too. For the campaign. It doesn't scale well toward the end game. Very well. I mean, it does a little bit, but for the campaign, it's the best way to get through the campaign or through the early levels. And it's in Diablo 4, and I'm sure it's busted there too. It's not in Diablo 1, so we don't know. So 4 different games. Same skill concept, busted. So now we're not worried about having to scale off of our like block percentage or anything goofy like that. This is just an easier. See, we've already look at this. We've been playing for like 5 minutes as a necromancer, and we're already doing Hadrig. Like it just this is just phenomenally faster than the Crusader by leaps and bounds. I should have thought this in the beginning. I feel bad. We don't even have our fucking skeletons yet. This is just with corpse explosion. Look at that. I just killed everything. Now, where corpse explosion totally fucks you is on bosses, because you need corpses to blow up next to the bosses. The butcher has no corpses. The skeleton king makes them. So the skeleton king fight has bosses. Most of the has corpses. Most of the other bosses don't. So that's where we're gonna need other things like skeletons and shit. That stuns them. Thorns boots. Now, I'm not planning on getting hit. You might say, well, why the hell are you taking thorns? I don't remember which one. I think either one of the golems or the skeletons have a thorns component. I thought there was some kind of thorns, or maybe it's a passive. Yeah, see, now it's getting a little tougher because, of course, we're not doing any damage yet. And we can't even look at the passives until level 10, but we'll be there soon enough. See that? As soon as we make a body, everything dies. It's just that busted. This is just so stupid. It's great for trash mobs, man. It's pretty good for packs like this. You get one. See? We should have our skeletons pretty soon. And those will help a lot, actually. If anything, just to tie shit up. I'm probably, once we get to the skeletons, I might even turn up the game difficulty. Because this is crazy. We're already at the cemetery. This is so fucking crazy, dude. Huh. That's funny. I got all quiet and sorry about the dead air. Try not to be quiet. But it's just crazy how fast it's just like brr. Do 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 do. These guys are pretty tough when you don't do any damage. I don't think you get the cube in the campaign, do you? That's right, you don't. Well, that's going to be interesting. This thing is so busted. It's like, oh no, I'm getting surrounded by monsters. Boo, 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 boo. Now they're all dead. Everything dies. I'm not really sure what we're gonna do with the bosses. Probably the skeletons will take care of them with thorns. But it might take a long time to do that. Well, and we always have like stuff like bone spikes. Whatever skill. There's skills that we can use. Oh yeah, there's also a curse. I don't know if we get it though. I don't know if we'll get it in time. Frailty is basically like a culling strike in PoE. It automatically does 15% damage when there's 15% damage left on a monster, or maybe it's 10. It's 10 or 15%. Whenever there's 10 or 15% remaining, I don't remember which one, of a monster's life, they die instantly. Which basically gives you a shit ton of extra damage at the end of the fight. Which is when you need it. It makes, you know, It's a big deal. Because it scales off the monster's life, right? So if the monster has like, you know, like 20 million life and you take 10% of that, well, that's 2 million fucking damage. Or whatever. Don't quote me on the math. Because I might be wrong. I don't want to math right now. I'm playing Diablo 3. There's no math. What are you fucking talking about? Green number good. And at some point the numbers will get so high that you won't even... When you crit, you won't even be able to count how high they are. They end up having a B or a T after them. And once they hit the trillions, then they hit the 1,000 trillions. Because it doesn't have a Q. And then they hit the like tens of thousands of trillions, which is quadrillions, and 10,000 quadrillion, 23,000 quadrillion. These are actual numbers of damage in the game, in the end game. If you haven't played Diablo 3 at the end game, the damage scales so high that it breaks the actual game engine and crashes the servers if you have too much area damage, because it's calculating these trillions of damage numbers like hundreds of times per second, because there's all these different little monsters and shit running around, and like, you know, in like a 150 or whatever, like a GR 150 map, there's these massive monsters running around with, you know, trillions of life and whatever and all this stuff, and even more than that, centillions of life, and you're doing all this crazy damage at the same time, and area damage scales based off of your stuff. So all these calculations have to happen. When these tons of calculations have to happen, and they're numbers, like reasonable numbers, like thousands and hundreds and maybe even millions, that's fine. But when these like hordes of calculations happen and they're in numbers that high, the servers just can't handle it, and they start lagging out. Your game will lag out. You have to hit pause a lot in the middle of the game so it can catch up, so it can do the calculation. It's crazy. Like, if you watch Woody play, he did that a lot when he would play with like other people. You see like 5 or 4 player games where everyone's doing a massive shit ton of damage. Well, actually, you can't even pause on those. But even not that. Even yeah, I guess it was single player games. He'd be doing so much damage sometimes because he'd round up like 50 or 60 mobs at the same time and do area damage, that he literally would have to go pause, so that the game it would stutter and stop so much that you have to pause, so that the game can then calculate all of the damage, send it to the numbers, send it to the server can then send it back, and then when you resume, then it doesn't lag for a couple seconds until it breaks itself again. And all of this crazy damage is because way back when the game was first made, Jay Wilson was trying to show off what a badass developer he thought he was. And he just wasn't. And you know, he made comments like, well, we took the damage and then we doubled it, and then that became a meme for like the rest of eternity. because he really did. Like, everything just kept getting doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled until it just became absurd. See, look at this. This character is 20 minutes old, if that, and we're already at the point it took us 2 hours to get with the other character. I just don't know how well this is going to scale to later in the campaign. That's my only concern, because this may not work eventually. And if it doesn't, well, we can just go back to the other character. But it's working for now. Oh, I like that. Now, see, this is important. The offhand weapons of these things do things that other things don't normally do, and this is really important for damage scaling. One of the modifiers is it adds base damage, plus 1 to 2 damage. This is going to increase our damage by 60%. Because our damage is 3.5 right now. And I'm going to add 1 to 2 damage to that. Now it's 5.6. Which is crazy. It isn't crazy. It's a really low damage. But I mean, what I'm saying is for what we're doing, that's insane. And there's a lot of rings and amulets and things that will also do that. And then on top of that, you get the thorns, which will do the same thing when we start doing thorns damage. Which again, I have to look into. I was hoping there was another monster because I wanted to get to level 9 before we did the next part. So we can... I guess we're out with monsters. So that we get our skeletons at level 9. Maybe we'll get some experience from a quest. I don't think you do get quest experience in this game. I don't remember. Maybe you do. Guess we'll find out. Apparently landscapers have shown up. You guys might hear some equipment. Let's go look at that ring guy. Let's sell this shit. Let's go look at that ring guy. He's not the ring guy. But I want to see what he has. His intelligence, that'll increase our damage. Now we have 3 thorns damage. In case we get hit. But we don't want to get hit. The other guy, the idea was we were going to have build up some thorns damage and he's going to get hit. And we still might do that. Because there's an actual full-on endgame builds that work off of that shit. In for the Crusaders. It just takes a long time to get there, and I just think this is going to be faster. See what this guy is for sale. That's right, I shouldn't have ditched all that crap. I don't have any mats. Alright, anyway. So now we go, we're already past, in 25 minutes, we're already past where we were for it took us 2 hours to get. That's kind of stupid. This guy might be tough though because we don't have any corpses. We do have skeletal mages. Oh, I thought that guy pops out right there. Maybe we already did that. Okay, never mind. I thought there was a dude right there. Anyway, as soon as we hit level 9, all these skeletons should start showing up. I think. Or I might have to make another slot. I'm gonna have to move some stuff around. I'm not sure. You have to unlock skill slots as you go in this game, which is unfortunate. Because they don't want you using any more than 6 at any time. Again, I have no idea why. Oh, well, actually I do. Because they originally designed the game to be used on a controller. They wanted to eventually port it to this console, but after everybody talked so much shit about them making the game for a console, they kind of rolled it back. But the entire beta, they kept telling us how amazing the game felt on a controller. Like, they're like every day. You guys should really play this game on a controller. It feels so good on a controller. It's like, why are you putting controller stuff in here? Because back then making... Because this was always a PC title. And then, like, making it... Dumbing the game down to making it... to make it play on the console later on. It's just like a bad idea, and people fought against it, and people still pretend like that didn't happen. But it absolutely happened. We were in the beta and they were telling us about it all the time, and then eventually the game did go to console. It just took a while to go to console. And the limitations of the skills are directly related to the button availability on the console. So... It was gonna be this dude pretty soon. Okay, here comes our skeletons. See? They're automatic. Now they do 50% weapon damage as per physical attack. And again, it's so 2.5 damage, but it's times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys. So that's more damage than I do. And then this is what I wanted to check. Frenzy, Dark Mending, Freezing Grasp. Oh yeah, that's Freezing Grasp is good. Cold Command, Exploding with Poison. Okay. I'm trying to remember which ones do. Army of the Dead would be cool too. Just having that for bosses. Maybe we should get Army of the Dead for doing a lot of boss damage. This is an example of the crazy damage scaling that I'm talking about in this game, though. Because even in the campaign, Army of the Dead raises a massive skeleton army to pummel the target location, dealing 12,000% weapon damage as physical in a 15-yard radius. And that's actually not even that much damage. That's how fucking crazy this stupid game is. That's how insane it gets. It's like, in what world is 12,000% damage not totally insane? Like, what? There was anything in PoE that did 12,000% damage, it would be the most busted shit ever. It's funny. Anyway, when the passive skill tree opens up at 10, I'll be able to look and see if there's that thorns one, because that'll actually help in this case, as long as it's not too far down the tree. Because that'll help scale the minions. Because everything's gonna hit the minions, and minions are gonna be the meat sacks. And the minions also, when they die, when the skeletons die, they just keep resummoning themselves. You're supposed to activate them though, like that. You can target something and then tell them all to attack it, which is kind of nice. Somewhere, oh, this is where there's gonna be this dude. He's down here. We're gonna save this guy. This is our Templar ally. This is working pretty good. Oh, he's not my ally yet. Okay. I was trying to open his inventory. I was like, wait, it don't work yet. I should have just started with the Necro. I didn't even know what I was thinking, man. Okay, so now he joins us. To fight the Skeleton King. Of course I want the Templar to join me. And then the Templar he gives us stuff. Heals you and the Templar for life based on his strength, or he taunts. Well, we want the life because the healing's nice. And then also, wait, is it F? Yeah, it's F. Also, he's got this shitty weapon, and I think we have, it's a one-handed weapon, right? He uses one-handed weapons. Do I have a one-handed weapon? Oh, I thought I kept the thing around for him. I guess I don't. Next time I get a one-handed weapon, I'll give it to him, and then the shield, and we'll buff him up. Because in the campaign, he's actually pretty decent. Those are decent for me, but we'll give him some gear. As long as he creates a corpse for me once in a while, we're good, you know? And he also has buffs. That his big thing is his buffs. He's supposed to kind of mimic the Paladin from Diablo 2, where they have auras, but their auras are buffs. Well, he doesn't have an aura, but he has buffs. It's the same as like auras. This one also does 1-2 damage, but that one does area damage, so keep that one. It just amazes me how much this game scales, because here we are, level 9, doing 5 damage. Literally 5 damage. And once we hit 70 and we start doing greater rifts, like I said, you are capable of doing 23 quadrillion damage. That is just a massive scaling difference. It's kind of absurd. Never fixed either, which is weird. Our one hope that it doesn't seem Blizzard's going to do, which is really lame, but our one hope is that they finally give up on Diablo 3 and then allow it to, and then instead of just telling everybody they can't play it anymore, allow it to be modded and make a single player version of it. Because then we will end up making Diablo 3. They probably won't, because if they did, the mods that would come from Diablo 3 would probably be phenomenally better than Diablo 4. And they probably don't want to do that. Just what happened like with Dota, for example. Right? Dota ended up being like way better than fucking Blizzard shit. And it was a mod for like Warcraft. And you know, once the community got a hold of it, it was better, and it was so good that Blizzard tried to fucking co-opt it, and they said nope. Valve bought it first. Turned it into its own game. All right. Fueled by death is good. When things die, we go faster. Consuming a corpse is a health book. What I wanted to check for was, I thought there was a thorns. I hope they didn't get rid of it. Minions gain 200% of your thorns. That, 64. Shit. We might not ever be able to do that. Because I think the campaign's going to be over before we hit level 64. I'm pretty certain it ends by 50 something. That sucks, because that's really what I wanted to do. This is why I had to open this up, so I could see. We might be able to find this thing, the scythe. Oh, but we can't use it. It's a weapon. Spreading malediction, 1% damage bonus for each enemy. Yeah, this might actually be, this might end up not being a viable thing that I'm trying to do. We might have to go back to the Templar at some point. Or the Crusader at some point. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The reason is because I thought the thorns could scale off of the minions, and they can, but again, like we just found out, that's not until after basically the campaign's over. And the whole point of the challenge is for the campaign. But we'll see what happens. You can still get thorns on gear, and then you can still get intelligence will still boost your damage. There might be some other thorns related skills somewhere that I'm not seeing. We can boost it off of something else. We'll have to get creative. Worst case, like I said, I know that we can do it with the Crusader. I just thought it would take longer. Because even Corpse Explosion is great, but Corpse Explosion does scale off of your damage. So if we can't get our strength high enough, or our intelligence high enough, we won't be doing a lot of damage with it. Because again, we won't be having a weapon. Yeah, I don't think we'll be raising the difficulty yet. We will at some point, for sure. But we just have to kind of wing this a little bit. They will if you bring him back, if you kite him to the corpses. See how that works? Aww. I'd like to get through. No, it won't happen. Damn it. Because I just remembered it, how big it is. I was thinking I'd like to get through Act 1 too. Well, I might be able to. What time is it? I don't know. We may or may not get through Act 1 today. Because it's pretty big. The rest of the acts aren't as big. But Act 1's fucking huge. I guess Act 2's pretty big too. When they finally put this into public demo or public beta, the only place you could go in the game, the far as you can go, was to kill the Skeleton King. That was the end of the game. They didn't want to reveal the big surprise. The big cliffhanger. There's this movement skill. I don't remember, blood dash or something like that. I don't remember what it's called. I will be so happy when when I get that. Blood rush. That's what it is. How did I miss the thing? Did I really miss the thing? How did I miss the thing? Huh? I just looked on my shit. Oh, wait, is it this way? I hate the fucking map on this. It's not like... The old game, you could just do the mini map over the thing, and you like you could see the whole thing. But this, you have to keep doing this bullshit. Everything about this game. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Yeah, there's so many stupid little things about this game that could be fixed to make it phenomenally better. And there's just a bunch of little shit. And then, of course, fixing itemization would be the very first thing that I did. And I really do want to mod this one day. If they ever let us, because it could be so good. All of the art is really good. The skills can be redone, rebalanced, and the way the skills work, maybe not, but the way they look good. It's just, you know, the core system that needs to change though is the stat stick system. And I don't really know how they would fix that. We're watching like visions of the past. Because Lazarus stabs you in the back, dude. All about Bishop Lazarus. That's it. He sets everything in motion. There. I spoiled the entire series for you. Okay. Now this is a really good one that we just got for Skeletal Mage. Gift of Death leaves a corpse when the skeletons die. Oh, I can't do it yet. You can't change skills while you're in combat. Alright. Okay. Yes, Prince Albric. Poor Prince Albric. Here goes nothing. I'm not sure if 6 damage plus 3 thorns is going to be enough. But we'll find out. Now, we should, when we beat him, I think we get his crown as an automatic. I believe that's in the campaign, that's how it works. Which is good because it gives us more experience. See, we place the crown on his head to bring him alive so that we can kill him again. I have no idea why. And see, then he spawns corpses so that we can kill them and blow them up on him, which is funny. There it is. There's the crown. And then we identify the crown and it's Leorc's crown. No way. And it's socketed. And increase the effect of any gem socketed in this item and by 80%. And what you do is you put a ruby in it when you get it, and that allows you to do a ruby gives you more experience, like 25% or whatever, depends on the size of the ruby. And then the crown doubles that to whatever, so that's why it's really good to use this crown with a ruby. This does damage and intelligence, which is going to help us. And this does intelligence, which is and regenerate, which is going to help us. Because intelligence equals main stat equals more damage. Main stat good. So here's the big secret for anyone who's never played this before. Here's the big spoiler. You kill the Skeleton King so you can find the bottom of the crater of the falling star. And the falling star isn't actually a star at all. It's a stranger. I don't remember. Yes. The falling star was just a dude. But a special dude. And we'll find out very shortly the answers behind the special dude. But we must make a grave sacrifice to find this, unfortunately. I'm gonna actually spend a lot of money to upgrade this. Because it will help tremendously later on. Who are you? What are you? Dexterity. It does thorns damage though, but I would lose a lot of intelligence. It is level 8 though. So this is an item, this is an example of an item where we want to roll the dexterity off to intelligence, and then we have the +1 thorns and we'll have the intelligence. And it will be a lot better. Because we're still scaling the thorns, and we will, so you'll see why. I'm sure there's something that, what? Oh, it needs to be 12. The mystic needs to be 12. Oh. Wait, what? In order to modify, she needs to be level 12? Dude. I ain't got that kind of money. I was gonna make her rank 1. So what's the fucking point? She can only do legendaries or rares. But she has to be level 12 to do it. Then why the fuck, what, like, I don't understand the point of you unlocking her at all at this point then. That's fucking stupid. That's literally her only job. I guess I just wasted my money. Alright. No big deal. Let's check the ring guy. Alright. Oh, this is about the sword. I forgot I was going to let you guys hear this. I skipped through. Basically, he remembers something about a sword. They stole the sword. They have to retrieve the sword so he can remember what the message was. And he knows that there was goatmen, so the Fields of Misery is where you go to get the goatmen. The Fields of Misery is just beyond the graveyard. Oh, the Khazra Den, that's right. I haven't I haven't played this in so long. It's probably been like close to a year. And it wasn't the campaign, that's for sure. There we go. Bloody Mess. Explosion radius increased to 25 yards. Yes. So now, if you thought Corpse Explosion was broken before, hold my beer. Now the cool thing about these mages is that when they die, they leave corpses. So even if they don't end up killing something and leave a corpse, if they die, they'll still leave a corpse, and then we can still use the corpse to blow shit up. But we need essence to spawn the mages. So sometimes you don't have the essence because you used it on other shit. And if you do, that's what bone spikes are, because bone spikes is an essence generator. I know the Khazra Den isn't in here, but I just wanted to go up there anyway. That's actually, that door is actually blocking the way to the next quest. It's a big fucking radius, man. Boom, 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 boom. I got this song stuck in my head. And it's not the ludicrous one. So here's another noise I added because Ara would appreciate it. And then I added some other some. I don't think I added any more new ones. I brought some back and retired a few more. That So Butterfly Girl is trying to steal the shard. The sword shard. And I'll give you guys a little bit of a spoiler, but not entirely. In case you're trying to wonder who the stranger is, the sword shard is a shard. It's not that actually. That's this is actually something that shouldn't be. This is something from a quest, from a league mechanic or something. The sword shard, I guess it doesn't show up anymore in your stuff, but it's part of the quest. The sword you're trying to put together is Azurath. So anyone who haven't played Diablo 3 but knows about the Diablo lore, there's a massive hint. But we're gonna find out in like 10 minutes. Who he is anyway. Take the piece back to Cain. I need to go back. Okay. Cain. Who have been paying attention? Oh, let's hook this guy up with a better shield. Ain't gonna matter. What do I get from this? I think I can do. This has to go into a weapon, and since I can't use a weapon, I'm gonna destroy it. And I think it gives you gems or something. I don't remember. Yeah, look at that. Wow, that's massive. If we need we can get a health boost, a life boost, or a vitality boost. So we're gonna put it in their helmet for now, and that's gonna give us 20% to life, but because of the helmet does 80% of the gem socket on top of what it does, it's actually going to give us, I can't do the math, like 38% life or something. It's a big life boost, though. I was kind of hoping it would be a red gem, but I'll take a purple gem. That's fine. This is such a horrible story. Like, everything is like, your character literally is just here as a sword. Like, that's all. He has no lore to bring. He has nothing. It's just like, here's all this stuff I'm going to tell you about that is only relevant because of this particular situation, and like, has no bearing on anything, nor should you even care about these people at all. You never even really have a chance or even a reason to give a shit about Leah, for example, right? Or any of the people that you encounter, because there's no, it's just so like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the Diablo stories were never really that strong anyway, but Diablo 1 story is actually really, really powerful. But you just have no connection to the characters, and yet they try. Diablo 2 doesn't try to force you to have a connection to those characters. But Diablo 3 really tries to get you to care about them, and they do a bad job because you don't. And it's like they spend a lot of time with a lot of useless dialogue about things that has no bearing on the game, that you don't care about. And the problem is when they do it, they end up retconning a lot of lore in the process. So they actually, by trying to explain things that don't make sense in the Diablo universe, they just do a horrible job of it, and they make it worse. So you've been warned. Now I'm keeping the Templar, but at some point you can swap. After this quest, you can swap out to the Scoundrel. And I'm going to keep the Templar until I might play it all the way through, or I might switch to the Enchantress, which is an Act 2 person that we're going to meet in Act 2, mercenary. I think she's better because she's a intelligence-based mercenary, so we can share gear. So he's just gonna follow us around. So now it's the Templar, Leah, and the Scoundrel just hanging out. And we have an option to switch to him, but we're not going to. Do you want to replace the Temple with the Scoundrel? No, I do not. Uncle Decker told me of is like a huge reoccurring fucking dialogue in this. And this is another useless thing. This is so stupid. We have to go find some orbs and bring them back. This was a good place to level back in the day. This is a good place to find treasure goblins too. Back in the day. Oh, I'm level 13. So up here, that's the orb, but we're gonna grab that real quick. So we need this, and then there's another one. But there's also some guys down here. This is a chest. People used to farm the shit out of this area. This one and the other one. The other room up here. That's where people would look for treasure goblins. And there was some other reason why they farmed it. I don't remember. I think the chests used to be resplendent chests or something. They were like golden. They were like really good chests. For finding shit. This was back kind of before adventure mode. Where you just like farm the campaign. At like higher difficulties and stuff. Anyway, there's another one up over here. Boo. Boo. Looking for something. Oh, I put that one back. See? More Uncle Deckard stuff. Alright. Chest. There's an orb up here. Oh yeah, there's a champion. That's why we used to farm this one. Because there was always a champion pack. How we were fucking desperate. We were so fucking desperate back in the day. But I mean, there was a reason too, though. You could sell shit for good money. Legitimately. Whether it's ethical or not, well, that's a whole nother question. But regardless of all of that, if you wanted to fucking make money playing a video game, that was it. Okay, so here we go. This is a perfect example. This has +2 thorns damage on the secondary, but it also has intelligence and vitality. And like, this is this beautiful weapon. Anything with intelligence is going to increase our damage. So our damage is 8, and now we're doing... Oh, 8-2. Now we're doing 8-6. Okay, well, eventually it will scale once we actually get into some real numbers, but you see the point. And then our thorns is now like 4 or something, or 5. It's 6. Oh, it's 6. That's good. At some point, these single-digit numbers are going to become like, you know, actual numbers. The game kind of ramps up at some point. As far as those things are concerned. And if I had Blood Rush, we'd be there already. It's like movement speed is driving me crazy. Anyway, so you put a thing on the pedestal here. No way. You put the thing on the pedestal here. No way. You may pass. Well, I just did, bitch. So clearly you're wrong. All right. Am I a Nephilim? Yes, I am. And the butterfly bitch is back. Is my mother alive? Did she ditch me? Yep. She she ditched you. The glowing sword shard. And we get the glowing sword shard. Command Golem. So we can take a Golem or a curse, and we're actually gonna take we're gonna take the Golem because the curse that we're gonna wait for frailty at 20, which is gonna be an automatic curse. I think I don't know if we're gonna be high enough level to actually use the automatic version of it. But anyway, for now we're gonna use Command Golem. And then we get a big Golem to come fucking hang out with us. Oh yeah, so I'm supposed to go back. Okay, this is gonna be a big spoiler coming up. This really stupid thing's about to happen. And it's the dumbest thing they ever did in Diablo 3. In any Diablo franchise. Alright, maybe it's not. It's after this. Because Kane goes into his house, and then we go to deal with the ferryman thing. And then when we come back is when the big fucking bullshit happens. Meanwhile, we need to check on our gear, because if we can ever upgrade stuff. We're gonna lose thorns, but we're gonna gain, because we're not actually using the thorns yet. So we're gonna go ahead and swap out for gear that gives us intelligence, because that's gonna give us damage right now. So our damage is 8.7. Now it's 9.92. Now it's 10.5. And now it's 11.32. So those are the two things that damage scales with in this game that I was talking about. Is it damages, it's your main stat, which is intelligence for this guy, and your weapon. And because we're not having the weapon, we're focusing only on the main stat. And then again, the thorns, which we're now down to 4 thorns instead of 6, eventually will play off when I find something that stacks with it. I'm pretty sure there's Necro has another skill that stacks with it. I don't remember what it is. Outside of the minions, there's something else that I wish I could remember what it was. I feel bad for not remembering. But anyway, we could sell this stuff, or we could we don't really have any crafting recipes yet. What, we already upgraded him. Yeah, we're gonna wait. I'm gonna check the vendors. We already did some of that. The ring vendor is the one I wanted to check. And then if there's nothing to buy, we'll go ahead and break the stuff down for materials. Because the stuff costs money otherwise. And we would need to sell this to buy this stuff. Alright. No big deal. So we can break everything down then. And then we'll go to the fairy guy. And we've got, I think I'm gonna extend today a little bit because I can. I'd like to finish Act 1 today. I think we can if I hurry up, but I'm gonna have to take a super quick bio break and then get some water as well, and then we'll finish up. So give me a sec and I'll be back in a minute.
Just 3 short minutes is all that it takes to serve a hearty breakfast, lunch, or supper with Swift's Premium Brown and Serve sausage. This is
And we're back. What are we doing? Oh yeah. We did the drowned temple. We got to go to the ferryman. Give me a second here. Okay. Sorry, I had to take care of something. Good. Talk to the ferryman. All right, let's go talk to the ferryman. Now we have big chunky golem, and we have skeletal mages, and we have command skeletons. Thank you, Ur. I mean Tiff. Sorry, I called you Ur. Sorry. Alright, so we run back here. Boop, 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 boop. Yes, there is. Well, we'll see about that. Have you seen it? Mysteriously, she's going back to Tristram at this very moment to check on Uncle Duckard. And I get the sword fragment. Magma. Or Magda. Enter Kane's house. Okay, here's the point at which They completely dropped the ball and fucked every single Diablo fan on the planet. What? Why didn't they show it? What the fuck? Did they retcon the fucking thing? Did they take it out? How did it just skip? Am I skipping the fucking cutscenes? Oh no. What? Playing background. Gameplay. Automatically skip all cutscenes. Dude. We'll have to watch it later. God damn it. Well, I'd never pick that. Why would I ever put that on? That's stupid. Well, okay, what you guys missed was Magda was in there in Kane's house, and she fucking she's a butterfly, and she fucking killed him. And disappeared. And Leah's torn up about it for about 4 seconds. And then we have to get back to the quest. Oh, and then when he dies, she explodes and her power unleashes. Oh, and they took the stranger. Yes, mysteriously, her power that erupted also showed Leah a vision of where she needs to go to find the guy that we're looking for, even though we didn't even know we were looking for him yet. Because he hadn't been lost yet. Because he was with me. But, hey, whatever. Why is it telling me to go back here? It was glowing. Oh, yeah, because this is how we get to where... That's right. Because this is how we get to the thing. I remember now. Alright, so now this is better. This does damage and intelligence and vitality. That's huge. So now our damage is 12.5. See how like every little thing is now... Our damage was like 2 and then 3 and then 4. And now it's starting to scale up a little more. And it's going to be exponential pretty soon. It's just going to keep scaling like higher and higher and higher. Like a lot higher. As we add more intelligence. But if we don't find a way to supplement it, we might end up actually not being able to do enough damage for the campaign. What's this guy sell? Wait. So maybe this guy's got something for us. Yeah, like that's good. And that's better. And now our damage is 13. But still, no weapon. This might be a little difficult in the here. The spider bitch might be a little much. Only again because we don't have any weapons, so we're trying to scale damage with intelligence. Eventually we'll open up more skills. We might have. I need to keep a track on my skills. Wait, what is it? It's S. Okay, there's nothing new. Because if there's like a rune change or something that might add, you know, something I need to know to do a little better. See, they're starting to get to the point where the even the CE isn't enough. The corpse explosion is like barely helping. Should be alright. I really wanted to kick the difficulty level up, but we're just not going to be able to unless we find some cool shit. And we really want to when we're going to be able to, because that's going to help us level faster, which is going to help us get access to better skills faster, and it's going to help us it's going to help us get some items faster. Some better items. Because we get better drops at a higher level. The higher difficulty level. Onslaught. They take the increased damage, and charge is stuns everybody. Oh, that's a cheat death. Okay. I think it's I think we take charge for the stun. It's been a long time. I was trying to remember what we normally take on that guy. Alright. Can't wait for my movement skills to come online, because oh yeah, there was a rune. We don't want that. Enforcer reduces the cost. That's fine. Frenzy gives them better attack speed. We haven't unlocked that yet. Wait, what's going on? No! Ah, shit. I did this wrong. God damn it. Enforcer. Skeletal Mage, Gift of Death. Okay. I fucked all that up. We're good. God, I wish I could move so fucking slow. It's driving me crazy. This map sucks too, because it's fucking massive. And the queen could be anywhere. And there's a lot of like mazy routes that you have to go, and then oh, it's not there, and then you have to backtrack, and I fucking hate backtracking. This isn't the worst map in the game, but it's really close to one of the worst maps in the game. Outside of Act 5. Everything in Act 5 sucks. But this one's pretty bad, and then there's one in Act 3 that's really awful. That's just way too huge. What the fuck? So it could either be up here or it could be down here. I think it's down here. And if not, there's a lot of backtracking to do. Or it could be completely the other way. It could be all the way down over there. In most games, procedurally generated maps have kind of a tell, and in this one they don't. Which just prolongs the fucking agony of, oh shit, I went the wrong way, now I gotta go the other way. I mean, look how long this stretch is right here. Just big stretch of nothing. And if we're wrong, we're gonna have to go back all the way back the other way. Alright, I think it's... oh. Gobo! There we go. Well, he gave us mostly materials. That one's got 2 thorns. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So the flesh golem. Yeah. When he will turn into a pile of corpses. Okay, so we went completely the wrong way twice, which is amazing. So it's this way, of course. So the flesh golem is cool because when you pop his skill, he'll turn into a corpse. He'll turn into 5 corpses. So if you need to explode corpses really fast, that's the way to do it. You pop him, he turns into corpses, and then you can explode them, and then he'll resummon after that. It helps for boss fights when you don't have corpses and you still need a little bit of CE. We might actually be using it in this fight coming up against the stupid big spider that we're going to fight in a minute. So interestingly, the mystic who is in town somehow ends up now in the game. She ends up being out here in this spider web because in the actual game, she hasn't been saved until you save her, and which is why I thought it was weird that she was in town. Because you save her in this quest. And the gem guy wasn't in town. And you usually don't get him until you save him in his quest. So I was trying to figure out, like, why was the... Because we're not playing adventure mode, so I didn't know why that chick was in town. Very strange. Alright, this is the way. And there she is. The Spider Queen. Surprisingly, there's a Spider Queen in PoE as well. And yes, PoE did rip off the Spider Queen from Diablo 3. Like I said, a lot of stuff in PoE was deliberately ripped off from Diablo. And it's not a secret, right? It's not like he's trying to pretend he didn't. Like, Chris admits to it. Like, he did it as like an homage to the series. He still does it. Although, actually, I don't think there was anything in this particular patch, this latest one, that was actually ripped off from Diablo that I can tell. Which is a first. Except maybe the look of the graveyard. It could be, where Bloodraven is. But that might be a stretch. Alright, so here's the Mystic. Find the Kazra staff. There used to be a chance for a golem down here, but I think they moved all that kind of stuff. Not a golem, a goblin. There was all these little locations where there's like that you would hunt if you're looking for goblins. A lot of them got changed. What's up, Nomad? I know, D3, right? Like, what the hell? I saw some guy have a YouTube video about a challenge. About playing D3 through the campaign without using a weapon. And I'm like, what? And I thought about it. I saw him do it, and he did it with a Crusader. I'm like, interesting. So I'm trying it with the Necromancer. I actually started it with a Crusader, a different one. He was using Battlehammer. I was thinking about using Thorns, and I still might do that later. But I'm doing it with the Necro because it's still, everything still scales on weapon damage, even though if you don't have a weapon, but it also does main stat. But there's a bunch of different sources of damage with the Necro because he has a big one's Corpse Explosion. See? But he also has all of the skeletons and shit. Mount and Blade 2 again, but on PC. I did it on PS5. Ooh. You have this on Switch? Well, see if you can do the campaign with no weapon. But you gotta understand how the game scales damage. So if you're not a big Diablo 3 player, you don't know a lot about it, it might be really hard. It's not going to be so hard early on, but it's going to be a lot harder later. But certain skills will work if you know what you're doing and you know how damage scales and then what to look for on gear. Because everything's a stat stick, right? So you can kind of get away with it. You're just going to lose the big chunky part, which is the weapon damage. Which is a massive part of what your damage scales on. But there's also base damage off of rings and jewelry. And offhands that can stack. And there's thorns damage that can be multiplied with certain skills. Certain skills will scale off of thorns damage. And then also your main stat. So in the case of the Necromancer, it's intelligence, but like for a barbarian it would be strength, or for a crusader it would be strength, or for like a demon hunter it would be dexterity, or a monk. I don't think this is possible with a demon hunter. because all of their skills are like, most of the skills are bow skills or dagger skills, and since you don't have a bow or a dagger, you're kind of fucked. No, we're taking the weapons, but we're selling them. We're just not using them. Black Desert is free with Prime. Is it any good? I haven't played Black Desert yet. From what I've been told, I believe it's one of those pay-to-win nightmares. Unless I'm thinking of something else. Which is why it's free. Path of Exile is the best free game, I think, ever. It has microtransactions in it, but none of it's pay to win. It's 100% free to play. Oh yeah, I have to get the staff. Yeah, the microtransactions are cosmetic and you can buy extra stash space and shit. But it comes with 5 stashes, I think. There's no buying power at all. But from what I hear, I think Black Desert's the one. I keep hearing about Black Desert, and I think that's the one that they were complaining about. That's like this massive pay to win. Like, it's not as bad as maybe I'm thinking. I could be completely wrong, and I might be thinking of something completely different. So don't take my word for it. Just look it up yourself. But I believe it's been compared to like Diablo Immortal as far as like nasty pay to win. But I might be thinking of something completely different, and if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Pay to win, but PvP. Oh, that's cool. You gotta go? Alright, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Good to see you, nomads. Don't be such a stranger. Nice. Now, because we keep dropping these remnants and they can only go into weapons, and we can't use weapons, we can break these down and get gems out of them. And we have already done that once, and we'll do that later. Oh, I think we got a sword for our homie. There we go. He's doing more damage than I do. He does 40 damage. Of course, I'm scaling my damage and he's not, so there's a big difference. If it wasn't for corpse explosion, this would take so much longer. Because remember how long it took our Crusader to... It took him like 2 hours just to get where this guy took 20 minutes. Our Crusader would still be fighting the fucking spider, probably. We're getting there. I know where the manor is. You gotta follow the road, but I'm also trying to get some levels. And I should probably check my skills here in a minute. Okay. Boop. Kill the tree. Should be right up here, actually. Usually, if you just follow the path, it'll lead you all the places you need to go. Wasn't there a guy to fight here? He's not here? Usually there's a guy to fight right there. Alright. This is so broken. Manor courtyard. See, that's where we called in the audible and blew up the golem, and he turned into corpses. We ended that real quick, and then blew them up. But see, it takes him a while to recharge that, so we can't do that all the time. Just trying to get the gear and it's making me go outside. Oh. Oh no. Adria's alive. Let's see. 28, 25. Always want to give him better weapons. 133. Oh yeah, it's way better. Boom. This is better for us. Right, there's a waypoint just outside of here that we're gonna take. We're gonna go to town, sell some shit, and then we'll go back and finish off the quest. Eh. You gotta check the ring guy too. And this guy. Because you always want to be upscaling your shit when you can. Especially in this kind of a challenge. Because oh, this is even better than the other one. 24, 28. Because you don't have any fucking damage except for your gear. So it's imperative that you stay on top of it. And then the other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna break this jewel down because we're gonna get some fucking some gems out of it, and those gems might be massively helpful depending on what they are. Vitality, life per hit. Nope. Okay. So because there wasn't anything for sale, we're gonna break the materials down, the items we have into materials. If there was something we wanted to buy, we might have needed to sell them for the money to buy the things, but there isn't. So now we want to break them down instead because we don't need them. So we're gonna go and just and just break them all down. We checked to see if they were any good. We got the ones we need. We can't break down things that we bought previous. We just have to sell those back. But we can break this down. And we got rubies this time. That's actually what we need. Now, the problem is we socketed this, and I don't think we can unsocket it until we get the socket guy in Act 3, which sucks. Yeah, because I really probably should have waited until I found a ruby to put a ruby in it, because the ruby would give us a lot more experience. Unfortunately, I don't think we can just, yeah, see the jeweler to modify sockets and gems, and we won't get the jeweler until no, it's Act 2 till we get Covetous Shin. Because she didn't do that. So at some point we will, and we'll get more experience. We need to sell these items. And now we're going to see if we can craft anything. Highest usable chain boots. These could be good if they roll intelligence on them. And they might roll, they're more likely, if we craft them, they're more likely to roll the stats we need, because the way smart loot is it gives you the stats based on your character. So these are way better boots now because they have 22 intelligence and a lot more armor. So we're going to do that. Our damage is 26 now. The vamp braces might be better because they're a higher level. And they are. So our damage is 26. Now it's 2619. That's not a whole lot. The Enchantress focus doesn't help us. We don't have an Enchantress. The gloves probably will be huge. And probably the hood. Actually, the hood, we're going to keep this because it's Lyric's crown. Although, it's not doing us a whole lot of good doubling our life. So if the hood ends up with a socket, it might be better to use the hood temporarily. So anyway, this is a lot more. This is 6% damage. So now we're at 27.9. We'll do the hood. What else can we do that's better? It's going to be hard to beat that, so we'll leave that for now. The tome, yeah, we can do the hood or the pants. Let's do the pants because our hat is still really good. And then maybe if we get some materials later, we'll do the hood. Yeah, see? This is a lot better. So now we're at 28 damage. And these we bought so we can sell those back. And we need a couple more rares to break down before we can do that. And then the shoulders, I don't think we can do shoulders yet. No, we need to upgrade to the next level. And then shoulders will be available once we level up a little bit. So now we're going to go to the Halls of Agony, level 1. Which is down here. We're almost at the end. Of the first act. which is good because I really only have about a half an hour or so left. Maybe an hour if I really push it. So, but we should be done way sooner than that. We just have to get through the Halls of Agony, and then the little torture chamber thingy, and then we kill the butcher. I think. Oh no, we kill the butcher and then we go to the next. That's right. Then we go to the torture thingy, to the prison. Wait, why am I... What am I missing? I'm forgetting something really huge in this chain of events. And if you remember from when we used to play this in adventure mode, coming up we might run into the little chopper things. The big blades, where we used to level up our characters in adventure mode. By kiting the enemies into the blades and having them die on it. That may or may not come up in here, depending on the direction of where they're at. But they're always here somewhere. I'm not looking for them specifically, but we might run past them. It's like as a tourist thing to keep your eye out for. On the right is O.J. Simpson's house, and on the left are the chopper blades. In fact, there they are. So a good way to level in adventure mode is to kite, is to put it on Torment 6 and then kite the enemies, if you can survive it, into these little chopper things, and then when they die you'll get experience. Agony level 2. All we're trying to do is look for the butcher and kill him and get the hell out of here. Because that'll take us to the Highlands Passage. I believe. I think so. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. God damn, it has been a long time. I really honestly don't remember. Holy shit. See, we're starting to get into that territory of not doing a lot of damage. I'm worried about the butcher. If we don't find something before the butcher, we might not be able to take him. I mean, eventually we will, but... But we won't be able to corpse explode on him. Highlands Passage. Oh, yeah. No, wait a minute. You do the Highlands Passage, and then you do the Cursed Hold. And you kill the guy. Wait, what? Oh, no, this is the second part of the... okay, I think I remember. Is that enough money? It's not. I was like, oh, maybe we can buy a ring or something. Nope. We can't buy any of his shit. Well, fuck off then. Alright. Maybe it's down here is where the third one is. I don't remember. And then you kill the butcher? It's either the butcher and then the other guy, or the other guy and the butcher. And I don't remember what the fuck, which order it is. And I apologize. It's just been way too long since I played this. I guess it's this guy. Oh yeah, the warden. Do we go to the... I guess we go through the warden to get to the butcher. Wow. I knew that the warden was here, and I know that the butcher is around here somewhere. But I thought the butcher was in the other area. Man, I am so lost right now. Oh shit. We're starting to get the shitty mods now. The monsters with the evil mods. Like the lasers. Alright, so what we have to do right now is we have to rescue all these prisoners' corpses. We're releasing the prisoners' spirits from being held in their bodies. And once we do a couple of them, the warden will start saying shit. And then he'll come chase us down. But we know where he is. It's the warden. And then the other 4 are over here somewhere. All right. There's one more somewhere around here. And then the warden gets all triggered, then we have to go kill the warden. Yay. Bone armor. That one might have thorns on it at some point. Also, maybe the frailty curse. Alright, so we got this, which isn't going to do us any good. That's a little better. Oh, it's an archer. No, I'm still using Gift of Death because they're creating corpses. Corpse Explosion. Devour. Oh, that's the one. Okay, we don't need that yet. Command Skeleton. Frenzy. Enforcer. It reduces the cost, but Frenzy makes them go into a frenzy, which is better. They're faster. Attack speed. And then Command Golem. Flesh Golem. Gives you 8 piles. Leech. And then Bone Armor. Weapon damage and reduces damage per hit, maximum 10 enemies. And then bone armor. If you're gonna use bone armor, you want to numlock it, so you don't have to cast it every 5 seconds and make you fucking crazy. So let's see if we can do that. If I remember how to do this. Let's see if it works. If numlock still works. Yep, it does. Oh yeah, if we numlock a skill, we have to fucking turn the volume off. The dialogue volume. Because otherwise he's going to tell me about it every couple seconds. Well, it tries to click it. That's okay, we don't need it. And we just killed him like no problem. Oh, hold on. There, that should turn it off automatically. There we go. Tabbing off of the screen will also disable the numlock. Here's an Easter egg. We get to watch the scene if we want to. Of Lazarus telling King Leoric to kill his wife. Because Lazarus betrays everybody. So, what you don't know, because you probably haven't played, what was that all about? Preparing the boy for his master. What Lazarus does is he takes Albric, King Leoric's son, and puts him in a ritual that prepares him to be the vessel for which Diablo then spawns in Diablo 1, and he's the host body that Diablo encompasses in Diablo 1 until you kill Diablo in Diablo 1. So it's King Leoric's son, and King Leoric ends up being the Skeleton King. But that's like, all these things transpire because Lazarus puts them in motion. Okay, so this is where I was confused. Agony level 3, at the end of this is where the butcher is. And I was confused because I went to 1 and 2 and I forgot about that the jail was in between 1 and 2. And now there's no confusion. I know what's going on again. But Adria the Witch also helped with that whole thing. You don't know that until later. Of course, that may or may not be retcon from Diablo 3 because we don't know Adria the Witch. Adria the Witch was helping us in Diablo 1 to kill Diablo, so I don't really understand how all of a sudden she's like she wanted the power for herself is what they're trying to assume, except that according to the story of Diablo 3, she sleeps with the main guy from Diablo 1 after he kills Diablo so that she can give birth to Leia, who has Diablo's soul in him, or in her, and then teaches her how to use the power so that she can eventually become Diablo. But the problem with the whole thing is the player originally in Diablo 1, when he kills Diablo in Diablo 1, takes the soul stone and buries it in his head, and becomes Diablo in Diablo 1, and then in Diablo 2 he kills, you know, he deals with all that shit. And he eventually breaks the soul stone and everything, but then it still doesn't matter. But the problem with the Diablo 3 plot is, if she wanted to go through all that, she would have taken the soul stone in the first place. And now they're devising this weird thing where somehow she knew that the soul stone would be destroyed in Diablo 2, and so she preemptively had sex with the guy from Diablo 1 before he left, so that Leah would be ready to encompass Diablo in Diablo 3. Like, the whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why things happened are, like, they kind of forced these like canon things that still don't make a lot of sense in order to justify the story of Diablo 3. What is going on? Oh, I don't have a corpse. There. I was getting annoyed there for a minute. As you can see, our damage is waning significantly because it's not scaling. As much because we don't have the higher end gear. We're only doing 29 damage. And even our Merc is doing 45. It's because we don't have a weapon. And that 29 damage is what all our damage is being scaled on. And it's not very much base damage. But it'll all get better as we unlock more skills and have more access to gear that we can scale damage with. But it's still going to be kind of rough the whole time not having a weapon. So, but like I said, I think we can pull it off. It's just going to get a little tight at times. I'm just worried that we might not have enough damage to kill the butcher. But we might have to go to town before we do his fight to see if we can acquire any more intelligence or item scaling. Or maybe some damage rings or something. Because he doesn't have any corpse. The only corpses we'll get is from the golem. Shit, and he's right here. So, well, this isn't gonna end well. The only corpses we'll get is from the golem, and that won't be enough to kill the butcher outright. So we'll have to time that. Let's see what we can do. We'll go to town and see what we can get. Let's check the ring guy first. Dexterity. Why'd it have to be dexterity? 3 to 5 damage is really good. When you're talking about as shitty damage as we have. 3 to 6 damage on an amulet is better than 2 to 4 damage. So now we're doing 29. Wait a minute. Yeah, we're doing 35. That's huge. And then 3 to 6. Now we're doing 55. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's why we wanted to go back to town. And then anything with a big intelligence increase is going to help us. But see, when you do just a little bit of base damage, anything that scales off of it gets a massive boost to your thing. Okay, we don't have enough stuff, so that's probably all we're going to be able to buy, and hopefully we can craft something. Yeah, we don't have any money. Alright. Let's see if we can craft some shit. Shoulders is going to give us another source of damage. We need 1,000. We don't have $1,000. Are you kidding me? What did we spend our money on? Oh, we bought those new things. Oh, fuck. Dude. Alright, we might have to sell one of these. $60,000. Oh, yeah. Dude. No brainer. Sorry. $60,000? In a heartbeat. I didn't know it was worth that much. Hell yes. In fact, we'll even upgrade some shit after that. Alright. Shoulders. So this is going to give us another big chunk of intelligence. 55, 59. And if we can upgrade, I don't think we have any more rare juice. So we can't upgrade anything else because we don't have any more rare juice. But we might be able to upgrade the chest armor. We'll see. If we can get it, it's 2 properties. We need intelligence to be one of them. That's not a very high intelligence. I don't think this is going to work. We'll try it again, but I don't think we're going to be able to do better than what we have. Try a couple more times. Nope. Yeah, let's just call that a no. 55 is a hell of a lot more than we were doing anyway, so we should be okay. I'm good with that. And we upgraded that guy a little bit. We have 40 grand. Alright, this should be the last fight on the act, I believe. We don't have any skill upgrades. We're gonna go ahead and turn the bone armor on. It's gonna make some stupid noises. Because he's gonna keep casting it nonstop. But the only damage we're gonna get is gonna be from the skeletons, and then I can pop the golem once in a while to get some corpse explosion, but this guy does a lot of fire damage. We got to be careful about. His floor catches fire. See? Actually, we might be okay. So let's pop the golem. No, we did pretty good. It's actually not bad at all. Thanks, dude. Oh, and we got another thing that we can use to break down since we can't use the weapon, and we can get more gems from it. That was actually quicker than I thought. So again, weaponless. I don't need the cheat death for the campaign, so we're gonna go with that. Essence is cheaper. We'll do that. And then the big cliffhanger that everyone's waiting for. Who could this mysterious stranger possibly be? Oh, we have to save him. Wait, let's save him. There. See to the rescue. Here we go. Take up your sword. My sword. Say it isn't so. It was Tyrael the whole time. Like, I didn't know that. Anyway, cool. There we go. Time to make ready. Ta-da! And there we go. Talk to the caravan leader. And we're out of here. On to Act 2. And then we'll do a cutscene and oh yeah, we have to do the Cain, right? The funeral. Oh, because they're assholes and they killed Cain. It's bullshit. I was so pissed when that happened. Like, fuck you. Kill Kane with a butterfly. Gotta hand it to Blizzard. They've always been really good on the art when it comes to the fucking cutscenes. And thus he became the falling star that crashes into the cathedral. There we go. Like I said, Blizzard always hit it out of the park with the cutscenes. It's just the rest of the shit they fucked up. So Act 2. Anyway. Oh, I forgot. We have this extra thing. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah, we have to get... Oh, no, that's right. We start here. All right. Anyway, that's going to do it for today. We'll pick up Act 2 next time. We'll finish up our no weapon challenge and see how far we get in the campaign with no weapon. It's going to get a lot harder. I will tell you that, because the more the damage scales, and the more you don't have a weapon to scale your damage on, it's all based on intelligence, and you just need to keep trying to get as much intelligence as you possibly can. And again, thorns may be able to scale with something, but I think that is too late for the minions. It's like 62 for the passive one, but there might be some other skills that scale with thorns. I don't remember. The weapon's not going to do us any good. We're going to break it down. We get souls that maybe we can make other stuff with later. And then we're going to break down one of these, which is going to give us more gems. And these gems are worth a lot of money, which I just found out a couple minutes ago. They're worth like 60 grand or something. Like, yeah, they're worth 30 grand a piece. So when you don't have any money in the campaign and you're buying stuff for like pennies, you're like, oh, 3,000, like, and you need money. Yeah. It's all there in the gems. We do need some gems, but we're not going to need a lot of them. So anyway, that's going to do it for today. Thanks everybody for hanging out, watching me play some video games. Tomorrow I'm doing things. We probably may not stream tomorrow. If we do, it's going to be in the afternoon. Otherwise, I'll probably see you like Saturday. So, here's the Discord link for anybody who wants it. And if you guys like what you see, give me a follow. If you want to support, throw me a sub. And this will be on YouTube probably tomorrow, because I'm uploading all my VODs to YouTube. And it usually takes a day to process them. So, that's it. I'll see you next time. Thanks, everybody. Peace out. Oh, eat plenty of
now,
tacos
folks,
and get
it's time to
sleep.
say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.